high above the clouds, where the air is thin and the silence is profound, lies a place where the earth meets the heavens. The sacred mountains of Tibet rise like ancient sentinels, their snow-capped peaks glistening under the sun, their slopes cloaked in mystery and reverence. For centuries, these mountains have been more than just a part of the landscape. They are a gateway to the divine, a source of spiritual energy, and a canvas for countless legends that have inspired seekers, pilgrims, and dreamers alike. Tonight, as you settle into a place of comfort, let your mind drift to this sacred realm. Imagine the crisp mountain air brushing against your skin, the distant sound of prayer flags fluttering in the wind, and the stillness that seems to hold the very essence of peace. These mountains are not just a destination, they are a journey, one that invites you to explore their mystical allure and discover the stories that have been whispered through the ages. Close your eyes now and let yourself be carried away to a world where time slows, where the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual blur, and where the mountains stand as guardians of an ancient wisdom. This is a place of tranquility, of wonder, and of connection. So take a deep breath, relax, and allow your imagination to wander as we embark on this enchanting journey together. The sacred mountains of Tibet await, and their stories are ready to unfold. As we journey deeper into the heart of the sacred mountains, our path now leads us to the towering presence of Mount Kailash, a peak that stands not only as a marvel of nature, but as a beacon of spiritual devotion. Known as the Jewel of Snow, its symmetrical, pyramid-like shape rises with an almost otherworldly perfection, crowned by a cap of eternal ice that glistens like a sacred gem under the sun. For thousands of years, this mountain has been revered as the axis of the world, a place where heaven and earth converge and where the divine touches the mortal realm. In Hinduism, Mount Kailash is believed to be the abode of Lord Shiva, the god of destruction and transformation, who meditates here in eternal stillness. For Buddhists, it is the home of Demchok, a deity representing supreme bliss, and a site where the Buddha is said to have left his footprint. Followers of Jainism regard it as the place where their first Tirthankara, Rishabhadeva, attained liberation, while in the Bon tradition, it is considered the soul of the earth and the center of spiritual power. Each faith sees Mount Kailash as a sacred axis, a place where the physical and spiritual worlds intertwine. The mountain's spiritual energy has drawn pilgrims for centuries, many of whom undertake the arduous journey of circumambulation, known as the Kora. This ritual involves walking around the base of the mountain, a distance of roughly 32 miles, often completed in a single day by the most devout. The path is not just a physical challenge, but a profound spiritual journey, with each step believed to cleanse the soul and bring one closer to enlightenment. Stories abound of pilgrims who have experienced visions, heard celestial music, or felt an overwhelming sense of peace as they walked this sacred circuit. Some even claim to have seen the mountain glow with an inner light, as if it were alive with divine energy. Mount Kailash is more than a mountain. It is a living legend, a place where the boundaries between the earthly and the eternal dissolve. Its presence inspires awe, humility, and a deep sense of connection to something greater than ourselves. As we continue our journey, let the image of this sacred peak linger in your mind, a reminder of the mysteries that lie at the heart of the Tibetan mountains. As we turn our attention to the spiritual energy of Mount Kailash, it becomes clear that this mountain is more than just a physical landmark. It is a living force, a conduit between the earthly and the divine. Many who have stood in its shadow or walked its sacred paths speak of an indescribable energy that seems to emanate from the very rock and ice. This energy is said to be the heartbeat of the world, a pulse that connects all living things to the cosmos. For centuries, seekers have been drawn to this place, not just to witness its beauty, but to experience its transformative power. Mount Kailash is often described as the axis mundi, the central axis around which the world turns. In many spiritual traditions, it is believed to be the point where heaven and earth meet, a place where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms blur. Pilgrims and meditators who visit the mountain often report profound shifts in their awareness, as if the mountain itself opens a doorway to higher states of consciousness. Some describe feeling a deep sense of unity with all creation, while others speak of visions or insights that change the course of their lives. Even those who have never set foot on its slopes but dream of the mountain tell of vivid, life-altering experiences that leave them forever changed. The energy of Mount Kailash is not just felt by individuals, it is said to influence the entire region. The air around the mountain is charged with a palpable stillness, a silence so profound that it seems to amplify the whispers of the soul. Many who meditate here find that their thoughts become clearer, their intentions sharper, and their connection to the divine more immediate. It is as if the mountain acts as a mirror, reflecting back the deepest truths of those who come seeking its wisdom. For those who undertake the Kora, the circumambulation of the mountain, the journey is often described as a microcosm of life itself. Each step is a meditation, each breath a prayer, and each moment an opportunity to shed the layers of the ego and touch the essence of being. The physical challenges of the trek, the thin air, the rugged terrain, the biting cold, are seen not as obstacles, but as part of the mountain's teaching, a reminder of the impermanence of the body and the eternal nature of the spirit. As we reflect on the spiritual energy of Mount Kailash, it is impossible not to feel a sense of awe at the power of this sacred place. Whether through pilgrimage, meditation, or even dreams, the mountain continues to inspire and transform those who seek its presence. And as we move forward in our journey, let us carry with us the understanding that the sacred is not just found in distant peaks, but within ourselves, waiting to be awakened. Now, as we journey beyond the towering presence of Mount Kailash, we find ourselves drawn to the tranquil shores of Lake Manasarovar, a place of profound beauty and spiritual significance. Nestled at the foot of the sacred mountain, this lake is often described as a mirror reflecting the heavens above. Its crystal clear waters shimmer under the sunlight, so pure and pristine that they seem almost otherworldly. For centuries, Lake Manasarovar has been revered as one of the holiest bodies of water in Tibetan spirituality, a place where the divine touches the earth. According to ancient legends, Lake Manasarovar was created by the gods themselves. It is said that the lake was formed from the mind of Brahma, the creator god in Hinduism, making it a place of immense spiritual power. Pilgrims believe that bathing in its waters can cleanse not only the body but also the soul, washing away sins and purifying the spirit. The lake is often paired with its counterpart, Lake Rakshastal, which lies nearby but is considered inauspicious, creating a striking contrast between purity and chaos. This duality adds to the mystique of Lake Manasarovar, making it a symbol of balance and harmony. The landscape surrounding the lake is nothing short of breathtaking. Rolling hills and snow-capped peaks frame the horizon, while the stillness of the water creates a sense of timelessness. The air is crisp and filled with the faint scent of juniper, a plant often used in Tibetan rituals. Prayer flags flutter gently in the breeze, their colors vibrant against the muted tones of the mountains. It is a place of serenity, where the noise of the world fades away, leaving only the whispers of nature and the echoes of ancient prayers. For those who visit Lake Manasarovar, the experience is often transformative. Many describe feeling a deep sense of peace and connection, as if the lake's waters hold the secrets of the universe. Some speak of visions or moments of clarity that come to them as they meditate by its shores. Others simply find solace in the quiet beauty of the landscape, a reminder of the sacredness that exists in the natural world. As we stand by the shores of Lake Manasarovar, it is easy to understand why this place has captivated the hearts and minds of so many. Its waters are not just a source of life, but a gateway to the divine, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. And as we continue our journey through the sacred mountains of Tibet, let us carry with us the tranquility and wisdom of this mystical lake, allowing its serene energy to guide us forward. As we move deeper into the heart of this sacred landscape, let us now turn our attention to the pilgrimage to Lake Manasarovar, a journey that has drawn seekers and devotees for centuries. This pilgrimage is often undertaken alongside the circumambulation of Mount Kailash, forming a spiritual circuit that is considered one of the most profound acts of devotion in Tibetan culture. The path to the lake is not merely a physical journey, but a transformative experience, blending the challenges of the rugged terrain with the rewards of spiritual awakening. Pilgrims begin their journey with a sense of reverence, often traveling for days or even weeks to reach the shores of Lake Manasarovar. The route is demanding, winding through high-altitude passes and rocky trails, where the air grows thin and the elements test the resolve of even the most determined travelers. Yet, it is precisely these challenges that make the pilgrimage so meaningful. Each step is a meditation, a reminder of the perseverance required to seek the divine. Upon reaching the lake, pilgrims engage in rituals that have been passed down through generations. One of the most sacred acts is bathing in the icy waters of Lake Manasarovar. Despite the cold, many immerse themselves fully, believing that the lake's purity can cleanse their sins and renew their spirit. This act is often accompanied by prayers and offerings, as pilgrims express gratitude and seek blessings for themselves and their loved ones. The sound of chanting fills the air, blending with the gentle lapping of the waves, creating a symphony of devotion. Another important ritual is the offering of prayer flags and butter lamps. Pilgrims tie colorful flags to nearby rocks and trees, their prayers carried by the wind to the heavens. Butter lamps are lit, their warm glow symbolizing the light of wisdom, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. These rituals are not just acts of faith, but expressions of connection to the divine, to nature, and to the community of fellow pilgrims who share this sacred journey. The pilgrimage to Lake Manasarovar is as much a test of the spirit as it is of the body. The physical challenges, the altitude, the cold, the long hours of walking are met with equal measures of determination and humility. Yet, it is the spiritual challenges that often leave the deepest impression. Pilgrims speak of moments of doubt and exhaustion, followed by profound clarity and peace. The journey becomes a mirror, reflecting their innermost struggles and triumphs, and ultimately leading them closer to a sense of unity with the sacred. As we reflect on this pilgrimage, we are reminded of the power of devotion and the resilience of the human spirit. The journey to Lake Manasarovar is not just about reaching a destination, but about the transformation that occurs along the way. And as we continue to explore the sacred mountains of Tibet, let us carry with us the lessons of this pilgrimage, the importance of perseverance, the beauty of ritual, and the enduring connection between the physical and the spiritual. Now, let us venture into the realm of myth and mystery, where the sacred mountains of Tibet give rise to one of the most enchanting legends of all, the hidden valley of Shangri-La. This mythical paradise, often depicted as a sanctuary of eternal youth and boundless peace, has captured the imaginations of dreamers and explorers for centuries. Nestled deep within the towering peaks, Shangri-La is said to be a place untouched by time, where harmony reigns and the burdens of the outside world fade away. The legend of Shangri-La first gained widespread attention in the early 20th century through the writings of James Hilton in his novel Lost Horizon. Hilton described it as a secluded valley where people lived in perfect balance, free from the struggles of aging and conflict, but the roots of this story run much deeper, intertwined with Tibetan folklore and spiritual beliefs. In these tales, Shangri-La is not just a physical place but a symbol of enlightenment, a destination that exists as much within the heart as it does in the mountains. Over the years, many adventurers have set out in search of this hidden paradise, drawn by the promise of discovering a world beyond the ordinary. Some have followed ancient maps, while others have relied on whispered stories passed down through generations. Yet, despite their efforts, Shangri-La remains elusive, its exact location shrouded in mystery. Some believe it lies in the remote valleys of the Himalayas, while others think it exists in a realm beyond the physical, accessible only to those who have achieved a higher state of consciousness. The allure of Shangri-La lies not just in its beauty, but in the ideals it represents. It is a place where nature and humanity coexist in perfect harmony, where the pursuit of wisdom and inner peace takes precedence over material wealth. This vision has inspired countless seekers, from spiritual pilgrims to curious travelers, all hoping to catch a glimpse of this utopia. And while the valley itself may remain hidden, its essence can be found in the quiet moments of reflection, in the stillness of the mountains, and in the hearts of those who carry its spirit with them. As we ponder the legend of Shangri-La, we are reminded of the power of myth to inspire and uplift. It invites us to imagine a world where peace is not just a dream, but a living reality, where the sacred and the mundane merge into one. And as we continue our journey through the Sacred Mountains of Tibet, let us carry this vision with us, allowing it to guide our steps and illuminate our path. As we journey deeper into the heart of the Sacred Mountains of Tibet, we encounter a realm where the physical and spiritual worlds intertwine. Here, the towering peaks are not just majestic landmarks, but sacred spaces believed to be guarded by divine beings. These guardians, revered in Tibetan culture, are said to watch over the mountains, ensuring their sanctity and protecting those who approach with pure intentions. Among the most revered of these guardians are the mountain deities known as Yul La. These powerful spirits are believed to reside in the highest summits, their presence felt in the howling winds and the shimmering snow. Each mountain has its own deity, often depicted as a fierce yet benevolent figure, embodying the strength and resilience of the land. For the local communities, these deities are not distant entities, but active participants in their daily lives, offering blessings to those who honor them and warnings to those who disrespect the sacred terrain. One such story tells of a shepherd who ventured too close to a forbidden peak, ignoring the warnings of the elders. As he climbed higher, a sudden storm engulfed him, and he found himself lost in the blinding snow. Desperate, he called out to the mountain deity, offering prayers and promises of devotion. Miraculously, the storm subsided and a path appeared, guiding him safely back to his village. From that day on, he became a devoted caretaker of the mountain, sharing his story as a reminder of the power and presence of the guardians. In addition to the mountain deities, there are also Lu, or water spirits, who inhabit the rivers and lakes that flow from the peaks. These spirits are said to control the life-giving waters, ensuring the fertility of the land and the well-being of the people. Offerings are often made to these spirits, with pilgrims placing small stones or ribbons near the water's edge as a sign of respect and gratitude. The reverence for these guardians is deeply woven into the fabric of Tibetan life. Festivals and rituals are held to honor them, with prayers, dances, and offerings meant to strengthen the bond between humans and the divine. For the locals, the mountains are not just a backdrop to their lives, but a living, breathing presence, infused with the energy of the guardians who protect them. As we reflect on these beliefs, we are reminded of the profound connection between the people of Tibet and their sacred landscape. The guardians of the mountains are more than mythical figures. They are symbols of the harmony between humanity and nature, a reminder that we are all part of a greater, interconnected whole. And as we continue our journey, let us carry this sense of reverence with us, honoring the sacredness of the land and the spirits who watch over it. As we move further into the heart of the sacred mountains, we encounter a creature as mysterious as the peaks themselves, the snow leopard. Known as the ghost of the mountains, this elusive feline roams the high altitudes with a grace and silence that seems almost otherworldly. Its spotted coat blends seamlessly with the rocky terrain, making it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. For the people of Tibet, the snow leopard is more than just an animal. It is a symbol of the mountain's untamed spirit and a guardian of their sacred spaces. In local folklore, the snow leopard is often seen as a protector, a guide for those who dare to venture into the thin air of the highlands. Stories tell of travelers who, lost in the vast wilderness, were led to safety by the silent presence of a snow leopard. These tales speak of the animal's keen intuition, as if it senses the purity of a person's heart and chooses to reveal itself only to those who respect the land. One such story recounts a monk who, while meditating in a remote cave, felt a sudden warmth beside him. Opening his eyes, he found a snow leopard resting peacefully nearby, its presence a silent affirmation of his spiritual journey. From that day on, the monk considered the snow leopard a divine companion, a reminder of the mountain's watchful guardians. The snow leopard's role in Tibetan culture extends beyond folklore. It is also a symbol of balance and harmony, embodying the delicate relationship between humans and nature. Its ability to thrive in such a harsh environment is seen as a testament to resilience and adaptability, qualities deeply admired by the people of Tibet. Yet, the snow leopard's elusive nature also serves as a reminder of the fragility of this balance. As human activity encroaches on its habitat, the snow leopard has become a poignant symbol of the need to protect the sacred landscapes it calls home. For those who have glimpsed this majestic creature, The experience is often described as transformative. To see a snow leopard in the wild is to witness a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, a fleeting moment of connection with something greater than oneself. It is no wonder that the snow leopard holds such a revered place in the hearts of the Tibetan people, a silent guardian of the high altitudes and a reminder of the sacredness of the land. As we continue our journey through these sacred peaks, let us carry with us the spirit of the snow leopard, its resilience, its grace, and its profound connection to the mountains. In its presence, we are reminded of the delicate balance that sustains life in these high altitudes and the importance of honoring the guardians, both seen and unseen, who watch over this sacred terrain. As we leave the realm of the snow leopard and its silent guardianship, our journey now takes us to the ancient monasteries that rise like beacons of peace amidst the rugged peaks of Tibet. These sacred sanctuaries, perched high in the mountains, are not just places of worship but living testaments to centuries of devotion, resilience, and spiritual pursuit. Their architecture, often carved into cliffs or built on precarious ledges, seems to defy the harshness of the environment, standing as symbols of human determination and faith. The monasteries of Tibet are a blend of simplicity and grandeur. Their whitewashed walls, adorned with intricate murals and prayer flags fluttering in the wind, create a striking contrast against the stark mountain backdrop. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of incense and the soft hum of chanting monks. The halls are filled with golden statues of deities, ancient scriptures, and Thangka paintings that tell stories of enlightenment and compassion. Each monastery is a treasure trove of art and history, preserving the wisdom of generations. One such monastery, Samai, is said to be the first Buddhist monastery built in Tibet over 1,200 years ago. Legend has it that its design was inspired by a cosmic vision, with its central temple representing Mount Meru, the axis of the universe in Buddhist cosmology. The monastery became a center of learning and meditation, attracting monks from far and wide. Even today, the echoes of their prayers seem to linger in its ancient halls, a reminder of the countless souls who sought enlightenment within its walls. The monks who inhabit these monasteries lead lives of profound simplicity and discipline. Rising before dawn, they dedicate their days to meditation, prayer, and the study of sacred texts. Their routines are a testament to the power of mindfulness and the pursuit of inner peace. One story tells of a monk who spent 50 years in solitary meditation in a remote mountain cave. His only companions were the wind and the stars, yet he emerged with a serenity that touched all who met him. His life serves as a reminder that true wisdom often comes from stillness and solitude. These monasteries are not just places of retreat, but also centers of community and healing. During festivals, they come alive with the sounds of chanting, music, and the laughter of pilgrims who gather to celebrate and seek blessings. The monks, with their deep knowledge of herbal medicine, often provide care to those in need, blending spiritual guidance with physical healing. Their compassion and dedication are a reflection of the teachings they uphold, offering a glimpse into a way of life rooted in harmony and selflessness. As we stand in the shadow of these ancient monasteries, we are reminded of the enduring power of faith and the human spirit. They are not just buildings but living embodiments of a tradition that has withstood the test of time, offering solace and inspiration to all who seek it. In their quiet strength, they echo the resilience of the mountains themselves, standing as guardians of wisdom and peace in a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain. As we step away from the ancient monasteries and their timeless wisdom, let us turn our attention to the vibrant prayer flags that dance in the mountain breeze. These colorful banners strung across peaks, valleys, and sacred sites are more than just decorations. They are a profound expression of faith and connection. Each flag, adorned with sacred symbols and mantras, carries the hopes and prayers of those who place them, sending their wishes into the heavens with every flutter of the wind. In Tibetan Buddhism, prayer flags are believed to spread blessings and positive energy to all beings. The 5 colors blue, white, red, green, and yellow represent the elements of sky, air, fire, water, and earth, symbolizing the balance and harmony of the natural world. The mantras printed on the flags, often invoking compassion and peace, are carried by the wind, spreading their spiritual power far and wide. It is said that as the flags fade and wear away over time, their prayers are released into the universe, a reminder of the impermanence of all things. The sound of the flags fluttering in the wind is a melody of its own, a gentle rhythm that blends with the whispers of the mountains. For those who listen closely, it becomes a form of meditation, a way to connect with the sacred energy that flows through the landscape. Pilgrims often pause to add their own flags to the strings, offering prayers for loved ones, for healing, or for the well-being of all living beings. In this simple act, they become part of a tradition that stretches back centuries, a shared expression of hope and devotion. As we stand amidst these fluttering banners, we are reminded of the interconnectedness of all life. The prayers carried by the wind are not just for the individual but for the world, a testament to the compassion and generosity that lie at the heart of Tibetan spirituality. In their vibrant colors and soothing sounds, the prayer flags invite us to pause, to reflect, and to join in the timeless dance of faith and renewal. Now, let us journey deeper into the heart of Tibetan spirituality, where the ancient practice of circumambulation unfolds. This sacred ritual, known as kora, involves walking in a clockwise direction around revered sites like Mount Kailash and Lake Manasarovar. For pilgrims, this act is far more than a physical journey. It is a profound spiritual endeavor, a way to connect with the divine and purify the soul. Circumambulation is rooted in the belief that sacred spaces are imbued with powerful energy, By walking around these sites, pilgrims align themselves with this energy, drawing strength, wisdom, and blessings. The path itself becomes a metaphor for life's journey, with each step symbolizing progress toward enlightenment. For many, the act of walking is a form of meditation, a way to quiet the mind and open the heart to the teachings of the universe. The physical challenges of the journey are significant. The high altitude, rugged terrain, and unpredictable weather tests the endurance of even the most seasoned travelers. Yet, it is precisely these challenges that make the ritual so transformative. Pilgrims often speak of the journey as a test of faith and perseverance, a way to shed the burdens of the material world and emerge renewed. The act of walking becomes a prayer, each step a silent offering to the divine. Stories of pilgrims who have undertaken this journey are filled with moments of profound revelation. Some describe visions or encounters with spiritual beings, while others speak of a deep sense of peace and clarity that comes from being immersed in the sacred landscape. One pilgrim, after completing the Kora around Mount Kailash, shared how the experience helped them release years of grief and find a renewed sense of purpose. Another spoke of feeling a profound connection to all living beings, as if the boundaries between self and other had dissolved. The spiritual benefits of circumambulation extend beyond the individual. It is believed that the prayers and intentions of pilgrims radiate outward, bringing blessings to the entire world. This collective aspect of the ritual underscores the interconnectedness of all life, a core tenet of Tibetan spirituality. As pilgrims walk, they carry not only their own hopes and dreams, but also the well-being of all beings, past, present, and future. As we reflect on this ancient practice, we are reminded of the power of movement and intention. The ritual of circumambulation invites us to step beyond the confines of our daily lives and embark on a journey of transformation. Whether we walk around a sacred mountain or simply take a mindful step in our own lives, the essence of the Kora remains the same, a reminder that every step we take can be a step toward the sacred. Now, let us turn our attention to the healing waters that flow through the Sacred Mountains of Tibet. Nestled amidst the rugged terrain, natural hot springs emerge like hidden treasures, offering both physical relief and spiritual renewal. These geothermal wonders, warmed by the Earth's inner fire, have been revered for centuries by locals and travelers alike for their restorative powers. The hot springs are more than just a natural phenomenon. They are a vital part of Tibetan healing traditions. Rich in minerals like sulfur, calcium, and magnesium, the waters are believed to soothe ailments ranging from joint pain to skin conditions. For many, soaking in these springs is not just a remedy for the body, but also a balm for the soul. The warmth of the water, combined with the serene surroundings, creates a space for deep relaxation and reflection. Local healers often guide visitors in rituals that enhance the therapeutic experience. They may suggest specific prayers or meditations to perform while immersed in the springs, helping to align the mind and spirit with the healing energy of the water. Some even speak of the springs as gateways to the divine, where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds blur, allowing for profound moments of connection and clarity. Travelers who have sought out these hot springs often share stories of transformation. One visitor, after weeks of trekking through the mountains, described how the springs eased their exhaustion and brought a sense of peace they hadn't felt in years. Another spoke of a moment of revelation while soaking under the stars, when the weight of past regrets seemed to dissolve into the warm, mineral-rich waters. These personal accounts highlight the spring's ability to heal not just the body, but also the heart and mind. The hot springs also hold a special place in the lives of Tibetan nomads, who have long relied on them for both physical and spiritual well-being. For these communities, the springs are more than a resource, they are a sacred gift, a reminder of the earth's generosity and the interconnectedness of all life. Nomads often gather at the springs to share stories, offer prayers, and strengthen their bonds with one another and the land. As we reflect on the healing waters of Tibet, we are reminded of the profound connection between nature and well-being. These hot springs, with their soothing warmth and mineral-rich embrace, invite us to pause, to heal, and to reconnect with the sacred rhythms of the earth. Whether seeking physical relief or spiritual renewal, those who immerse themselves in these waters often emerge with a renewed sense of vitality and purpose. And so, as we leave the warmth of the springs behind, we carry with us the memory of their healing touch, a reminder that even in the harshest landscapes, the earth offers us gifts of comfort and renewal. As we step away from the warmth of the healing springs, let us lift our gaze to the heavens above. Here, in the thin, crisp air of the Tibetan plateau, the night sky unfolds in a breathtaking display of celestial wonder. The sacred mountains, standing tall and silent, seem to cradle the stars within their embrace, creating a canvas of infinite beauty. The stars here shine with a brilliance unlike anywhere else on earth. Far from the glow of city lights, the darkness of the high altitude reveals the Milky Way in all its glory, a river of light stretching across the sky. Each star appears so vivid, so close, that it feels as though you could reach out and touch them. This is a place where the universe feels alive, where the heavens seem to whisper ancient secrets to those who listen. For centuries, the people of Tibet have looked to the stars not just for navigation, but for guidance and inspiration. They see in the constellations the stories of their ancestors, their gods, and their spiritual journey. One of the most revered constellations is the Great Bear, known in Tibetan as the Seven Sages. According to legend, these 7 stars are the guardians of wisdom, watching over the land and its people. It is said that those who meditate under their light may receive visions or insights that guide them on their path. Another constellation, the Pleiades, holds a special place in Tibetan folklore. Known as the Seven Sisters, these stars are believed to be the daughters of a celestial king who descended to earth to bring blessings to humanity. Their shimmering light is said to carry the energy of compassion and healing, a reminder of the divine presence that watches over the mountains and their inhabitants. The night sky over the Sacred Mountains is not just a spectacle to behold, it is a source of profound connection. For travelers and pilgrims, gazing at the stars becomes a moment of reflection, a chance to feel the vastness of the universe and their place within it. Some speak of a deep sense of peace that washes over them as they stand beneath the celestial dance, as if the stars themselves are offering comfort and reassurance. As the night deepens, the stars seem to grow brighter, their light piercing through the thin mountain air. The Milky Way arches overhead like a bridge between worlds, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. In this moment, beneath the infinite expanse of the cosmos, the Sacred Mountains feel even more sacred, a place where the earthly and the divine meet. And so, as we stand beneath this celestial tapestry, we are reminded of the timeless beauty of the universe and the enduring mysteries it holds. The stars above the Sacred Mountains are not just lights in the sky, they are storytellers, guides, and guardians, inviting us to look up, to wonder, and to dream. As the stars fade into the soft glow of dawn, a new presence makes itself known: the whispering winds of the Himalayas. These winds, born high in the peaks, sweep down through the valleys and across the plateaus, carrying with them the echoes of ancient spirits. They are not just gusts of air, but voices, soft and insistent, that seem to speak directly to those who listen. In Tibetan tradition, these winds are believed to be messengers from the divine, carrying prayers and blessings from the heavens to the earth. It is said that when the wind brushes against your skin, it is not just the mountain air you feel, but the touch of something far greater, something sacred. Pilgrims often pause on their journeys to close their eyes and listen, hoping to catch a word or a phrase that might guide them on their path. Some say the winds carry the voices of ancestors, offering wisdom and comfort to those who walk the sacred trails. The winds are also seen as protectors, guiding travelers through the treacherous terrain of the mountains. Stories abound of lost pilgrims who, following the sound of the wind, found their way back to safety. In one tale, a young monk separated from his group during a snowstorm heard a soft melodic hum in the wind. Trusting its guidance, he followed the sound until he stumbled upon a cave where he waited out the storm. When he emerged, he found himself at the foot of Mount Kailash, as if the wind had led him to the very heart of the sacred. But the winds are not always gentle. At times, they howl with a ferocity that seems to shake the very foundations of the mountains. These fierce winds are said to be the voices of the mountain guardians, warning those who approach with impure intentions. It is a reminder that the Sacred Mountains demand respect and humility. and that the winds, like the mountains themselves, are both nurturing and formidable. For those who live in the shadow of the Himalayas, the winds are a constant companion, a reminder of the ever-present connection between the earthly and the divine. They carry not just the whispers of spirits, but the stories of the land itself, the laughter of children, the chants of monks, the rustle of prayer flags. To stand in the presence of these winds is to feel the pulse of life in the mountains, a rhythm that has endured for centuries. As the winds continue their eternal dance, they invite us to pause, to listen, and to reflect. In their whispers, we may find guidance, comfort, or simply the reminder that we are part of something much larger than ourselves. And so, as we move forward on this journey, let us carry the whispers of the Himalayas with us, allowing their ancient wisdom to guide our steps. Now, as the winds settle into a gentle breeze, we turn our attention to the hidden caves of meditation, where the silence of the mountains offers a different kind of solace. As the winds settle into a gentle breeze, we now step into the quiet embrace of the sacred caves of meditation, hidden deep within the folds of the Tibetan mountains. These caves, carved by time and nature, have long been sanctuaries for monks, yogis, and seekers of truth. Here, far from the noise of the world, the silence is profound, wrapping around you like a soft blanket, inviting you to let go of distractions and turn inward. The caves are more than just physical spaces. They are portals to inner stillness. For centuries, meditators have retreated to these secluded chambers to deepen their practice and connect with the essence of existence. The walls, smoothed by the hands of time, seem to hold the whispers of countless prayers and the energy of those who have sat in contemplation before. It is said that the very air within these caves carries a palpable sense of peace, as if the mountains themselves are breathing in harmony with the meditators. One such cave, known as the Cave of 1,000 Lights, is nestled high in the cliffs near Mount Kailash. Legend tells of a monk who meditated here for years, seeking enlightenment. One night, as he sat in deep stillness, the cave was filled with a radiant light, illuminating every corner. When he emerged, he spoke of a vision in which the boundaries between himself and the universe dissolved, leaving only pure awareness. To this day, pilgrims visit the cave, hoping to experience even a fraction of that profound clarity. Another story speaks of a yogi who spent decades in a remote cave, practicing intense meditation. Locals say that during his time there, the cave became a place of healing. Those who entered with ailments or heavy hearts would leave feeling lighter, as if the yogi's presence had infused the space with a transformative energy. Even after his passing, the cave remains a place of pilgrimage where people come to sit in silence and seek solace. The solitude of these caves is not for the faint of heart. To enter one is to confront the self, stripped of all distractions and comforts. Yet, it is in this very confrontation that profound transformation can occur. Many who have meditated in these caves speak of moments when time seemed to stand still, when the mind grew quiet, and the heart opened to a deeper understanding of life. It is as if the mountains, in their ancient wisdom, offer these caves as gifts to those willing to listen. As we leave the caves behind, their silence lingers, a reminder of the power of stillness in a world that often feels chaotic. These sacred spaces, hidden within the heart of the mountains, continue to inspire and transform, offering a refuge for those who seek to touch the infinite. And now, as we move forward, the mystery of the mountains deepens, leading us to the next chapter of our journey, the legend of the Yeti, a creature as elusive as the truths hidden within these sacred caves. As we step away from the stillness of the sacred caves, the mountains beckon us toward another mystery, one that has captured the imagination of adventurers and storytellers for generations. High in the snow-covered peaks, where the air grows thin and the winds howl like ancient whispers, lies the legend of the Yeti, the elusive snowman said to roam the Tibetan wilderness. The Yeti, often called the abominable snowman, is a figure shrouded in mystery, described as a towering, ape-like creature with thick white fur. It is said to move silently through the snow, leaving behind only faint footprints as evidence of its presence. For centuries, locals have shared tales of encounters with this enigmatic being, each story adding to the aura of intrigue that surrounds it. One such account comes from a village near the base of Mount Everest. A group of herders claimed to have seen a massive, shadowy figure moving through the trees at dusk. They described it as standing nearly twice the height of a man, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. Though they followed its tracks the next morning, they vanished abruptly, as if the creature had simply disappeared into the mountain mist. Another story tells of a monk who, while meditating in a remote mountain pass, heard a deep guttural growl echoing through the valley. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large, fur-covered figure watching him from a distance. Instead of fear, the monk felt a strange sense of calm, as if the Yeti were a guardian of the mountains, silently observing those who ventured into its domain. Scientists and explorers have long been fascinated by the Yeti, with many expeditions launched to uncover the truth behind the legend. Some believe the creature could be a relic of an ancient species, while others suggest it might be a misidentified bear or other animal adapted to the harsh mountain environment. Yet, despite countless searches, no definitive proof has been found, leaving the mystery of the Yeti as elusive as ever. For the people of Tibet, the Yeti is more than just a myth. It is a symbol of the untamed spirit of the mountains. It represents the unknown, the wild, and the sacred, reminding us that even in an age of exploration and discovery, there are still mysteries that defy explanation. The Yeti, like the mountains themselves, invites us to wonder, to question, and to respect the vastness of the natural world. As we continue our journey through the sacred mountains of Tibet, the legend of the Yeti lingers in our minds, a reminder of the magic and mystery that these peaks hold. And now, as the winds carry us forward, we turn our gaze to the vibrant traditions of the Saga Dawa festival, a celebration that brings the mountains to life with light, prayer, and devotion. As the whispers of the Yeti fade into the mountain winds, we find ourselves drawn to the vibrant heart of Tibetan culture, the Saga Dawa festival. This annual celebration, held in honor of the Buddha's enlightenment, transforms the sacred mountains into a living tapestry of light, prayer, and devotion. It is a time when the spiritual energy of the land seems to rise to its peak, uniting communities in a shared reverence for the teachings of the Buddha. The Saga Dawa festival takes place during the 4th month of the Tibetan lunar calendar, a period considered especially auspicious. It is believed that during this time, the merits of good deeds are multiplied, and the air itself is charged with a sense of sacredness. Pilgrims from across Tibet and beyond gather at sacred sites, their hearts filled with hope and their hands carrying offerings of butter lamps, incense, and prayer flags. One of the most striking rituals of Saga Dawa is the lighting of butter lamps. These small, flickering flames are more than just a source of light. They symbolize the illumination of wisdom, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Rows upon rows of lamps are lit in monasteries and homes, their warm glow casting a serene light over the mountains. As the lamps burn, prayers are whispered into the night, each one a wish for peace, compassion, and enlightenment. Another central practice during the festival is the offering of prayers at sacred sites, particularly at Mount Kailash and Lake Manasarovar. Pilgrims circumambulate these holy places, chanting mantras and spinning prayer wheels. The air is filled with the rhythmic hum of devotion, a sound that seems to echo the heartbeat of the mountains themselves. For many, this journey is not just a physical act, but a profound spiritual experience, a way to connect with the divine and purify the soul. The Saga Dawa festival also serves as a reminder of the Buddha's teachings on compassion and interconnectedness. It is a time for acts of kindness, such as freeing animals destined for slaughter or offering food to those in need. These gestures, no matter how small, are seen as expressions of the Buddha's boundless love for all beings. As the festival draws to a close, the mountains seem to glow with a renewed sense of peace and vitality. The prayers and offerings of the pilgrims linger in the air, a testament to the enduring power of faith and devotion. And now, as we move forward, the gentle flicker of butter lamps guides us to the next chapter of our journey, a deeper exploration of the sacred texts that have shaped the spiritual landscape of Tibet for centuries. As the glow of the Saga Dawa festival lingers in the air, we turn our attention to one of its most cherished traditions, the lighting of butter lamps. These small, flickering flames hold a profound place in Tibetan culture, serving as both a physical and spiritual beacon in the lives of those who light them. Found in monasteries, homes, and sacred sites, butter lamps are more than just a source of light. They are a symbol of hope, wisdom, and the eternal quest for enlightenment. The tradition of lighting butter lamps dates back centuries, rooted in the belief that light has the power to dispel darkness not just in the physical world, but within the human heart and mind. Each lamp is filled with clarified yak butter, a precious resource in the high-altitude regions of Tibet. The act of preparing and lighting these lamps is considered a deeply spiritual practice, often accompanied by prayers and mantras. As the flame is lit, it is said to carry the prayers of the devotee to the heavens, creating a bridge between the earthly and the divine. The warm, golden glow of the butter lamps creates an atmosphere of serenity and reverence. In monasteries, rows of these lamps line the altars, their light reflecting off the intricate murals and statues of deities. The flickering flames seem to dance in harmony with the chants of the monks, creating a meditative rhythm that soothes the soul. For those who light them at home, the lamps serve as a daily reminder of the Buddha's teachings, encouraging mindfulness and compassion in everyday life. Symbolically, the butter lamp represents the light of wisdom cutting through the darkness of ignorance. Just as a single flame can illuminate a room, the teachings of the Buddha are believed to awaken the mind and guide it toward truth. This symbolism is especially poignant during festivals like Sagadawa, when the collective glow of countless lamps transforms the landscape into a sea of light, a visual representation of the shared aspirations of the community. The act of lighting a butter lamp is also seen as an offering, a gesture of devotion to the Buddha and the Bodhisattvas. It is believed that this simple yet profound act generates merit, not only for the individual but for all beings. In this way, the tradition fosters a sense of interconnectedness, reminding us that our actions, no matter how small, have the power to create ripples of positive change in the world. As we reflect on the beauty and significance of this ancient practice, we are reminded of the enduring power of light, both as a physical presence and as a metaphor for spiritual awakening. The butter lamps of Tibet continue to shine, their flames a testament to the unwavering faith and devotion of those who keep this tradition alive. And now, as we move forward, the gentle flicker of these lamps guides us to the next chapter of our journey, where we will explore the sacred texts that have illuminated the hearts and minds of countless generations. As the gentle flicker of butter lamps fades into the background, we now turn our attention to the sacred texts that have been carefully preserved in the monasteries of Tibet. These ancient scriptures, written on delicate parchment and often adorned with intricate illustrations, are more than just words on a page. They are a living testament to the wisdom and spirituality of the Tibetan people. For centuries, these texts have served as a guiding light, offering teachings on compassion, mindfulness, and the profound interconnectedness of all life. The teachings within these sacred texts are rooted in the belief that every action, thought, and word has a ripple effect, influencing not only our own lives but the lives of others as well. Compassion, or Nyingji in Tibetan, is a central theme, emphasizing the importance of kindness and empathy toward all beings. Mindfulness, another key teaching, encourages individuals to live fully in the present moment, cultivating awareness and inner peace. These principles are not just abstract ideas, but practical tools for navigating the challenges of life with grace and resilience. One of the most revered texts is the Allure, a collection of the Buddha's teachings translated into Tibetan. Monks spend years studying these scriptures, often memorizing entire sections to ensure the wisdom is passed down through generations. Another important text is the Allure, which contains commentaries and explanations by great Buddhist masters. Together, these texts form the foundation of Tibetan Buddhist philosophy, offering insights into the nature of existence and the path to enlightenment. The stories of how these texts have guided individuals are as inspiring as the teachings themselves. There are tales of monks who, through their deep study of the scriptures, achieved profound spiritual realizations. One such story tells of a young monk who, after years of meditation and study, experienced a moment of clarity that transformed his understanding of suffering and compassion. His realization not only changed his own life, but also inspired those around him to deepen their own practice. The preservation of these texts is a sacred duty, carried out with great care by the monastic community. In the high-altitude regions of Tibet, where the air is thin and the climate harsh, the task of maintaining these delicate manuscripts is no small feat. Yet, the monks dedicate themselves to this work, knowing that these texts are a bridge between the past and the future, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancients continues to illuminate the path for generations to come. As we reflect on the profound teachings contained within these sacred texts, we are reminded of the timeless nature of wisdom. The lessons on compassion, mindfulness, and interconnectedness are as relevant today as they were centuries ago, offering guidance and solace in an ever-changing world. And now, as we move forward, the wisdom of these ancient scriptures leads us to the next chapter of our journey, where we will explore the rituals and beliefs surrounding the journey of the soul in Tibetan culture. As we step into the realm of the unseen, we find ourselves exploring one of the most profound aspects of Tibetan spirituality, the journey of the soul after death. In Tibetan belief, death is not an end but a transition, a passage into another state of existence. The soul, or La, as it is known in Tibetan, embarks on a journey that is both mysterious and sacred, guided by rituals, prayers, and the spiritual energy of the Sacred Mountains. Central to this belief is the concept of the bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth. During this time, the soul is said to navigate through various realms, each filled with challenges and opportunities for spiritual growth. The living play a crucial role in this journey, offering prayers and performing rituals to ensure the soul finds its way to a favorable rebirth. One of the most important practices is the reading of the Bardo Thodol, commonly known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This sacred text serves as a guide, offering instructions to the soul on how to navigate the bardo and avoid the pitfalls that could lead to suffering. The rituals performed during this time are deeply symbolic and rooted in compassion. Families and monks gather to chant prayers, light butter lamps, and create intricate sand mandalas, all aimed at generating positive energy for the departed soul. Offerings of food, water, and incense are made to honor the deceased and support their journey. These acts of devotion are believed to create a bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds, helping the soul transition with ease. The Sacred Mountains of Tibet hold a special place in this spiritual journey. It is believed that the energy radiating from these peaks can influence the soul's passage, offering protection and guidance. Pilgrims often dedicate their circumambulations of Mount Kailash or visits to Lake Manasarovar to the souls of their loved ones, believing that the spiritual merit gained from these acts can aid the departed. The mountains are seen as a gateway, a place where the boundaries between worlds blur, allowing the living to connect with the souls of the dead. Stories abound of individuals who have felt the presence of their ancestors or loved ones during their pilgrimages. One such tale speaks of a woman who, while walking around Mount Kailash, experienced a profound sense of peace and connection. She later shared that it felt as though her father, who had passed away years earlier, was walking beside her, guiding her steps. These experiences reinforce the belief that the sacred mountains are not just physical landmarks, but spiritual sanctuaries where the living and the dead can meet. As we reflect on the journey of the soul, we are reminded of the interconnectedness of life and death, the seen and the unseen. The rituals and prayers performed in honor of the departed are not just acts of remembrance, but expressions of love and compassion, transcending the boundaries of time and space. And now, as we continue our exploration, we turn our gaze to the vibrant colors and intricate patterns of Tibetan art, where the spiritual and the artistic intertwine in a celebration of life and faith. As we shift our focus from the spiritual journey of the soul to the vibrant expressions of faith, we find ourselves immersed in the world of Tibetan art. The monasteries and villages of Tibet are alive with color, each hue and pattern telling a story of devotion, spirituality, and the deep connection between the people and their sacred mountains. Tibetan art is not merely decorative, it is a visual language, a way to communicate profound spiritual truths and honor the divine. The colors used in Tibetan art are rich with symbolism. Blue represents the vastness of the sky and the infinite nature of wisdom, while white symbolizes purity and the light of enlightenment. Red is the color of life force and spiritual energy, often associated with the sacred and the powerful. Green embodies harmony and balance, reflecting the natural world and the interconnectedness of all living things. Gold, often used in religious paintings known as thankas, signifies the radiant light of the Buddha and the ultimate goal of spiritual awakening. Patterns and motifs in Tibetan art are equally meaningful. The endless knot, for example, symbolizes the interconnectedness of all life and the eternal nature of the soul. The lotus flower, often depicted in vibrant hues, represents purity rising from the mud of worldly existence, a reminder that enlightenment is possible for all. Mandala's intricate geometric designs are used as tools for meditation, guiding the practitioner toward inner peace and spiritual clarity. Each stroke of the brush, each carefully chosen color, is an act of devotion, a prayer made visible. The Sacred Mountains of Tibet have long been a source of inspiration for artists. The towering peaks, the serene lakes, and the ever-changing skies find their way into paintings, sculptures, and textiles. One story tells of a monk who, after years of meditation in a cave near Mount Kailash, began to paint visions that came to him in his dreams. His works, filled with swirling colors and celestial beings, are said to capture the very essence of the mountain's spiritual energy. Another artist, a woman from a remote village, creates intricate tapestries that depict the journey of pilgrims around Lake Manasarovar. Her work is not just art, it is a tribute to the faith and resilience of her people. Tibetan art is a living tradition passed down through generations. In monasteries, young monks learn the ancient techniques of painting and sculpture, their hands guided by the wisdom of their teachers. In villages, families gather to create prayer flags, each one a small masterpiece of color and design. These works of art are not just for display, they are offerings, acts of devotion that connect the artist to the divine. As we explore the colors and patterns of Tibetan art, we are reminded of the power of creativity to express the inexpressible, to bring the sacred into the everyday. The vibrant hues and intricate designs are more than just beautiful. They are a testament to the enduring faith and spiritual depth of the Tibetan people. And now, as we continue our journey, we turn our attention to the soothing melodies of Tibetan chants, where sound becomes a bridge to the divine. As we move from the vibrant world of Tibetan art to the realm of sound, we find ourselves enveloped in the soothing melodies of Tibetan chants. These sacred sounds, often sung by monks in monasteries, carry a profound spiritual energy that has resonated through the mountains and valleys of Tibet for centuries. The chants are not just music, they are a form of prayer, a way to connect with the divine and bring peace to the mind and soul. The rhythms of Tibetan chants are deeply meditative, designed to slow the breath and calm the mind. Each syllable, each note, is carefully chosen to create a harmonious flow that guides the listener into a state of deep relaxation. The chants often repeat sacred mantras such as Om Mani Padme Hum, which is believed to invoke the compassion of the Buddha. These mantras are not just words, they are vibrations that resonate with the spiritual energy of the universe, creating a bridge between the physical and the divine. The power of these chants lies in their ability to transform the atmosphere around them. In monasteries, the sound of chanting fills the air, creating a sense of tranquility and reverence. Pilgrims who visit these sacred spaces often describe feeling a profound sense of peace as the chants wash over them, like a gentle wave clearing away their worries and fears. Even those who listen to recordings of these chants at home report feeling a deep sense of calm and connection to something greater than themselves. The tradition of chanting is deeply rooted in Tibetan culture, passed down through generations of monks and practitioners. Young monks spend years learning the precise tones and rhythms, their voices blending together in perfect harmony. The chants are often accompanied by traditional instruments such as the dungchen, a long horn that produces deep resonant tones, and the damaru, a small drum that adds a rhythmic pulse to the music. Together, these sounds create a rich tapestry of sound that is both grounding and uplifting. As we listen to the melody of Tibetan chants, we are reminded of the power of sound to heal and transform. The soothing rhythms and sacred mantras offer a pathway to inner peace, a way to quiet the mind and open the heart. In the next part of our journey, we will explore the sacred animals of Tibet, creatures that hold a special place in the hearts and stories of the Tibetan people. Now, as we turn our attention to the natural world surrounding the sacred mountains, we encounter the sacred animals of Tibet, creatures deeply woven into the fabric of Tibetan culture and spirituality. Among these, the yak stands as a symbol of resilience and survival in the harsh, high-altitude environment. These sturdy animals are not only essential to the daily lives of the Tibetan people, providing milk, meat, and wool, but they also hold a sacred place in local folklore. The yak is often seen as a guardian spirit, embodying strength and endurance, qualities that resonate deeply with the challenges of life in the mountains. Equally revered is the black-necked crane, a graceful bird that migrates to the high-altitude wetlands of Tibet each year. In Tibetan culture, the crane is a symbol of longevity and good fortune, often depicted in traditional art and stories. Its elegant movements and striking appearance have inspired countless legends, with some believing that the crane carries the prayers of the people to the heavens. The black-necked crane is also a vital part of the ecosystem, playing a key role in maintaining the balance of the region's delicate wetlands. These sacred animals are more than just symbols. They are integral to the spiritual and ecological harmony of Tibet. The yak and the black-necked crane remind us of the deep connection between the people, the land, and the divine. Their presence in the mountains is a testament to the resilience of life in one of the world's most challenging environments, and their stories continue to inspire reverence and respect. As we reflect on the sacred animals of Tibet, we are reminded of the intricate web of life that thrives in the shadow of the sacred mountains. Each creature, from the mighty yak to the graceful crane, plays a vital role in the cultural and natural tapestry of this mystical land. In the next part of our journey, we will explore the path of the nomads, the herders who live in harmony with these sacred animals and the rugged landscape they call home. Now, as we shift our focus from the sacred animals to the people who share their world, we step into the lives of the nomadic herders of Tibet. These resilient communities have lived in the shadow of the sacred mountains for generations, their lives intricately tied to the rhythms of the land and the animals they care for. The nomads, often referred to as Drokpa, lead a life that is both simple and profound, shaped by the demands of the high-altitude environment and the spiritual traditions that guide their every action. The nomadic way of life revolves around the herding of yaks, sheep, and goats, animals that provide not only sustenance but also a deep sense of connection to the land. For the nomads, these animals are more than livestock. They are partners in survival, their well-being directly linked to the health of the family and the community. The herders move with the seasons, following ancient migration routes that take them to lush summer pastures and sheltered winter valleys. This cyclical journey is a testament to their intimate knowledge of the land, a knowledge passed down through countless generations. Living in such a harsh environment comes with its own set of challenges. The nomads face extreme weather, from biting winter storms to scorching summer sun, and the constant threat of predators. Yet they meet these challenges with a quiet strength and resourcefulness, their lives a blend of practicality and spirituality. The nomads' tents, made from yak hair, are not just shelters but symbols of their adaptability, their ability to thrive in a landscape that demands resilience at every turn. The connection between the nomads and the sacred mountains runs deep. For them, the mountains are not just a backdrop, but a source of spiritual guidance and protection. They believe that the mountains are home to deities and spirits who watch over them, and their daily rituals often include offerings and prayers to these divine guardians. This spiritual bond is reflected in their songs, stories, and traditions, which celebrate the beauty and power of the land they call home. As we reflect on the lives of the nomadic herders, we are reminded of the delicate balance between humans and nature, a balance that has been carefully maintained for centuries. Their way of life is a living testament to the resilience and harmony that define the Tibetan Plateau. In the next part of our journey, we will explore the eternal snows that crown the highest peaks, a symbol of purity and the divine that has inspired countless travelers and seekers. As we leave the nomadic herders and their deep connection to the land behind, our journey now takes us higher, toward the eternal snows that blanket the peaks of the sacred mountains. These towering summits, cloaked in pristine white, stand as silent sentinels over the Tibetan plateau, their snows untouched by time. The perpetual snow that crowns these mountains is more than just a natural phenomenon. It is a symbol of purity, a reminder of the divine presence that permeates this sacred landscape. For centuries, the snow-capped peaks have inspired awe and reverence among those who gaze upon them. In Tibetan culture, the snow is seen as a manifestation of the divine, a physical representation of the purity and clarity sought by spiritual seekers. Legends speak of the snow as a gift from the heavens, a reminder of the sacred bond between the earth and the sky. It is said that the snow holds the whispers of the gods, carrying messages of wisdom and guidance to those who listen with an open heart. Travelers and pilgrims who venture into these high altitudes often speak of the transformative power of the snow. The sheer vastness of the white expanse, stretching endlessly toward the horizon, creates a sense of humility and wonder. In the silence of the snow-covered peaks, many find a profound connection to something greater than themselves, a moment of clarity that transcends the noise of everyday life. The snow in its stillness becomes a mirror, reflecting the inner journey of those who seek meaning and purpose. The snow also plays a vital role in the ecosystem of the Tibetan plateau, feeding the rivers and lakes that sustain life in this harsh environment. As it melts, it nourishes the land, ensuring the survival of both humans and animals. This cycle of renewal is seen as a metaphor for spiritual growth, a reminder that even in the coldest and most barren of places, life finds a way to flourish. As we stand in the shadow of these majestic peaks, we are reminded of the enduring power of nature and the timeless beauty of the sacred mountains. The eternal snows, with their quiet strength and unyielding purity, continue to inspire and uplift, calling us to look beyond the surface and seek the deeper truths that lie within. In the next part of our journey, we will explore the bridge between worlds, where the physical and spiritual realms meet, and where pilgrims and meditators seek to cross into a higher state of being. As we ascend further into the realm of the sacred mountains, we come to a place where the boundaries between the physical and spiritual worlds seem to blur. Here, the mountains are not just towering peaks of rock and snow. They are believed to be a bridge, a sacred pathway connecting the earthly realm to the divine. For countless generations, pilgrims and meditators have journeyed to these heights, seeking to cross this bridge and touch the essence of enlightenment. In Tibetan spirituality, the mountains are seen as more than just a physical landscape. They are a gateway, a threshold where the material and the mystical intersect. The act of climbing these sacred slopes is not merely a physical endeavor, but a spiritual pilgrimage. Each step taken is a step closer to the divine, a movement toward a higher state of being. The mountains, with their towering presence and eternal snows, serve as a reminder that the journey to enlightenment is both an inward and outward quest. Pilgrims who undertake this journey often speak of a profound transformation that occurs as they traverse the sacred paths. The air grows thinner, the silence deeper, and the mind begins to quiet. In this stillness, the boundaries of the self start to dissolve, and the seeker becomes attuned to the subtle energies that flow through the mountains. It is said that those who walk these paths with sincerity and devotion can feel the presence of the divine, as if the mountains themselves are guiding them toward a higher understanding. Meditators, too, are drawn to these sacred spaces, seeking the solitude and clarity that the high altitudes provide. In the shadow of the peaks, they sit in deep contemplation, their minds focused on the timeless truths that the mountains embody. The stillness of the mountains becomes a mirror for the stillness within, and in this reflection, they find a connection to something greater than themselves. The mountains, in their vastness and silence, become a teacher, offering lessons in humility, patience, and the interconnectedness of all life. The belief in the mountains as a bridge between worlds is not just a metaphor, it is a lived experience for those who journey here. The physical act of climbing, the rituals performed along the way, and the moments of deep meditation all serve to reinforce this connection. The mountains, with their enduring presence and sacred energy, remind us that the journey to enlightenment is not a solitary one. It is a journey that connects us to the earth, to the heavens, and to each other. As we stand at this threshold, we are invited to reflect on our own journey. What bridges do we seek to cross in our lives? What truths do we hope to uncover? The sacred mountains, with their timeless wisdom, offer us a glimpse of the path ahead, a path that leads not just to the peaks, but to the very heart of existence. In the next part of our journey, we will explore the silence of the high altitudes, a silence that holds the key to inner peace and self-discovery. As we move deeper into the heart of the sacred mountains, we encounter a silence unlike any other. This is not the absence of sound, but a profound stillness that seems to echo through the very fabric of existence. In the high altitudes of Tibet, where the air is thin and the world feels distant, this silence becomes a companion, a guide, and a teacher. It is here, in this vast quiet, that the noise of the mind begins to fade and the whispers of the soul grow louder. For those who venture into these heights, the silence is more than just a physical experience. It is a gateway to inner peace, a space where the distractions of the world fall away and the true self can emerge. In this stillness, the mind finds clarity and the heart finds calm. The silence of the mountains becomes a mirror, reflecting back the deepest truths of who we are. It is in this reflection that many find the courage to confront their fears, to let go of what no longer serves them, and to embrace the journey of self-discovery. Poets and philosophers have long been drawn to this silence, finding in it a source of inspiration and insight. They speak of it as a language of the soul, a way of communicating with the divine. In the quiet of the mountains, words become unnecessary, and the heart speaks directly to the universe. This silence has inspired countless verses, meditations, and teachings, each one a testament to its transformative power. It is a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths are found not in the noise of the world, but in the stillness within. For the pilgrims and meditators who seek out this silence, It is a sacred space, a place where the boundaries between the self and the universe dissolve. In the quiet of the high altitudes, they find a connection to something greater than themselves, a sense of unity with all that is. This silence is not empty, it is full of presence, full of life. It is a reminder that even in the absence of sound, there is a deep and abiding peace. As we stand in this silence, we are invited to listen, not with our ears, but with our hearts. What do we hear in the stillness? What truths do we uncover when the noise of the world falls away? The silence of the high altitudes offers us a chance to pause, to reflect, and to reconnect with the essence of who we are. It is a gift, a moment of grace in a world that often feels too loud, too busy, too hurried. In this silence, we find not only peace, but also the courage to continue our journey. It is a reminder that the path to enlightenment is not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it is found in the quiet moments, in the spaces between the words, in the stillness of the mountains. As we move forward, let us carry this silence with us, allowing it to guide us, to inspire us, and to remind us of the peace that lies within. As we come to the end of our journey through the Sacred Mountains of Tibet, it's impossible not to feel the profound impact of this mystical landscape. These mountains are more than just towering peaks of rock and snow. They are a living testament to the enduring power of spirituality, the beauty of nature, and the deep connections that bind us all. From the sacred slopes of Mount Kailash to the tranquil waters of Lake Manasarovar, every step of this journey has been a reminder of the harmony that exists between the physical and the spiritual, the seen and the unseen. The Sacred Mountains of Tibet have a way of calling us back to what truly matters. They remind us that life is not just about the noise and chaos of the everyday, but about the quiet moments of reflection, the stillness that allows us to hear our own hearts. They teach us that the path to peace is not always found in grand gestures or loud proclamations, but in the simple act of being present, of listening to the whispers of the wind and the silence of the snow. For those who have walked these paths, whether in body or in spirit, the mountains leave an indelible mark. They become a part of us, a source of strength and inspiration that we carry with us long after we've left their shadow. The lessons of the mountains, of humility, of resilience, of connection stay with us, guiding us through the challenges of life and reminding us of the beauty that exists in the world and within ourselves. As we reflect on this journey, let us take a moment to honor the sacred mountains and all they represent. Let us carry their peace with us, not just as a memory, but as a living presence in our lives. Let us remember that the mountains are not just a place, but a state of beings, a reminder that we are all connected, all part of something greater than ourselves. So, as you close your eyes and let the images of these sacred peaks fade into the distance, know that their essence remains with you. Carry the stillness of the mountains in your heart and let it guide you in moments of doubt or distraction. Let it remind you that peace is always within reach, that the sacred is always near, and that the journey of the soul is never truly over. Thank you for joining us on this journey to the Sacred Mountains of Tibet. May their peace and wisdom stay with you, and may you find your own sacred space wherever your path may lead. If this journey has touched you, consider sharing it with others who might find solace in its beauty. And don't forget to subscribe for more stories that bring the world's wonders to life, one peaceful moment at a time. Until next time, take a deep breath and carry the mountains with you. As we bring this journey to a close, let us take one final moment to breathe deeply and feel the tranquility of the Sacred Mountains of Tibet. These peaks, with their timeless wisdom and serene beauty, offer more than just a glimpse into a distant land. They invite us to reconnect with ourselves and the world around us. Whether you've walked these paths in your imagination or carried their lessons into your daily life, the mountains remind us that peace is not something we find outside, but something we carry within. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the Sacred Mountains. If this story has touched you, we'd love to hear your thoughts or experiences in the comments below. Sharing your reflections not only keeps the spirit of the mountains alive, but also connects us all in this shared moment of stillness and wonder. If you enjoyed this peaceful escape, don't forget to subscribe for more stories that bring the world's wonders to life, one calming moment at a time. Until our next journey together, take a deep breath and carry the mountains with you. If this journey through the Sacred Mountains of Tibet has brought you a sense of peace and wonder, why not bring that same tranquility to others? Share this video with friends or loved ones who might appreciate a moment of calm in their day. And if you'd like to explore more stories like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Each new video is an invitation to discover the world's most serene and inspiring places, one sleep story at a time. Until our next adventure together, take a deep breath and carry the mountains with you wherever you go.
Thank you.